course. Wires go. Welcome to my jungles, let's start the show. Click, 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 she's ready to strike. Dancing on streams, cutie like raccoon power, shining bright. Second tunes, all through the night. Sound alive.
Welcome, Swarm, to the stream where pixels flicker and the chattel beat. Though you fluttered off, your presence remains. In whispers of wings and echoes of game. Here in Majenko's space we unite to laugh and cheer through daylight. So the buzz, if you will, of this digital band here at the comic, that's the jam.
Good day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow. We're thinking fun with the Twitchy group. MJ's in the house and it's all for you.
Koala's Conga's a cheeky room. You 16th spot on the stream for you. No need for thongs or cold cat flare. Just grab your Tim Tams and pull up a chair.
Good day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow.
Raise your glass and shout to right.
Jay's in the chat,
What a real night!
Chloe, I never, ever F early. I never F. Hello. Hello TMDK. Hello Chloe. Hello Swarm. Hello MJ. Hello everybody lurking over there in the corner. I see what you're doing over there. It's disgusting. God. Even G-Pin would be ashamed of that. God. Get a room. 454's available. You were effing early, were you? Oh, kinky. Right, more Zoe today, but first I have had a little delivery of something I should have got myself a long time ago. This little Little brown box. A clean desktop, even better than that. Kill start! It's a Raspberry, hello! Made by Hitachi. Right, let me get something slicey. Let's zoom out a bit, there we go. Something I should have got a long time ago. Buying excavators, indeed. You finished your potatoes, did you? Good on you. They did look good, those potatoes. Right, can I get this out of the box even? Let's wind it up first. Smells nice anyway. Oh, stinks. I've finally got myself an anti-static pad. I've been needing one for ages. I finally got one. Whee, G-Pin has resubscribed
for 12 months and says...
It's been a year already. You sick of me yet?
Welcome 24/7.
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. Right, so what do we have? We have a pad, we have cables and clips, we have more cables and clips, we have a plug that is almost identical to one that I've already got. There's no new band in here, is there? No. So I've got my existing band. My existing bungee cable has started disintegrating. So it's good that I might have a new one of those anyway. No, come back, G-Pin, come back! We love you, G-Pin. Just wish you'd clean up after yourself once in a while. The bounce has come from his bungee. Yep. So we have a new bungee cord. We've got a clip. We've got a non-bungee cord. And more clips and stud clips. Cool, this is a long cord, this one. Far longer than I need. Whoa, that is a cord and a half. Right, that can go into my plug. And clip onto the corner. Now this looks like it can go into the corner there. That's convenient. That is very convenient. And that can then go onto my existing strap. Nice. Oh, there is a new strap. It had fallen off over the back there. Whew. Is this strap any better than my old strap? Looks to be almost identical. Well, there's not really a lot you can do with a strap, is there? Same kind of fitment on it. Let's just make sure that this cheap strap is a strap and not just a bracelet. A strap on time, yes. 30 more seconds till it's covered in crap, absolutely, and has holes in it from the soldering iron. It's supposed to be heat proof. But we shall see. Right, my existing strap comes in at a couple hundred meg. The new strap comes in at 7 ohms. I think this might be a bit better than my old strap. 6 ohms, my old strap was crap. It was a crap strap. God, that was a seriously useless strap, this old one. Look at that. I'm not going to use my old strap anymore. I'm going to use the new strap. And the old strap I got from Maplin's. I think it was. No, was it Farnell? I think it was Farnell, actually. It was a proper one from Farnell. And it's crap. But this one is highly conductive. Nice. The mat doesn't seem to be very conductive. The underside is. The underside is conductive, but the top side isn't. Right, so how does that work then? Does it rely on incredibly high voltages to break through the thin layer of insulation? Walkies time from Swarm. Enjoy your walkies. There's a Go-Go here now as well. Watch out. Hello, Go-Go. Right, let's coil this up. Keep it out of the way a bit. And we shall bring out Zoe. Okay, new strap-on is on, almost. Let's tighten it up. Okay, we are grounded. In reality. Okay, here is Zoe again. And 3 tasks for today we decided on, didn't we? We want to A, see if she works from cold today. B, what was B? Boot up Ultrix, and C, try and get data to come out of that serial port. That is what we want to achieve today. And to that end, I will need a power supply, won't I? Here is the power supply. Let's rotate Zoe around, shall we? Which way do I want her? So I want to be getting at these. So I don't really want them too far out of the way. I'll have it this way, I think. Okay, power supply goes there. This thing of resistors is annoying. Is there somewhere I can put it that's a bit more sensible? I don't want it to short circuit on anything. It's bare PCB on the back. What have I got that it can sort of sit in? Ah, there we go. Let's put it inside my hard drive, holding foam. Hope it doesn't melt it. That'll keep it a bit more under control. Right, I'm also going to need my serial. So I want to test out the debug port from cold. See if debug port from cold functions. Right, I need to plug in some juice as well. Okay, juice is plugged in. Let's move that up there, I think. Shall we? No, where should we have it? Where should we put it? There's good. That'll do. Because I'm going to be fiddling around down here. Minicom -D dev TTY USB 0 -B 9600. Right. Place your bets. Will this work from cold today? Or is there some other error, some other problem with it that we just can't find? Let's power up and see. In 3, 2, 1, go. Go on, please work, please work. Go on, yes! We fixed it. It's still working. It was either dry joint on the power, dry joint on the D connector, or crap in the PLCC. I reckon crap in the PLCC. Haha. Woo indeed, G-Pin, woo! We are a step closer. It's powered up from cold. Excellent, right. We'll have finished this stream by 8 o'clock at this rate. That's 33% done. Okay, so the next thing. Blue Scuzzy time. Blue Scuzzy on blue mat. Terminator is disabled. Power is plugged in. Get my SCSI cable out. Nursing Zoe back from the brink, indeed. There's my SCSI cable. End goes into that. This end goes into the blue SCSI. Terminator is integrated into the cable. That can go up into that bit of foam there. Right. Powering up again. Will it do it a second time? It will. Huzzah! This end goes into G-Pin. You don't normally go ouch, G-Pin. Okay, T50. T56 is on 7, that's right. Okay, there's something not right with Scuzzy on here at the moment. And what is it? The pie is flashing 5 times. I don't like it when the pie is flashing 5 times. I know what's wrong with the Scuzzy on this. The card isn't in. Right, still flashing at me. Why is that? Let's get some console up on here as well then. Okay, so we've got those media there, okay. Got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Not to 5. Hey, that Punkle. HP inkjet call out. Yuck. Okay, then we turn on the computer.
CRT screen, start to giggle. Keyboard keys, do a little wiggle. So the smoke smells like bubble gum. That Funkle hits on here. Comes a hum.
And we get all sorts of weird crap showing up. Why? We are on Scuzzy ID 7 for the host, which is correct. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, G-Pen. I'm seeing activity. It's working, it's just not reporting right. Weird. Really weird. That's
Good
just
on
not
you,
the correct
Jeeping
string, but this
24/7.
is functioning.
A lovely gift for
Don't know what's going on there.
160. I'm a Womble. I don't understand these human customs, but it seems nice.
Okay, let's break out of that. What have we got on DKA 0? Is there anything? No. Might need a reboot. Deep in trying to keep their lead up. Yeah, indeed. Nice fart. Hot Rocks.
Welcome, welcome, Hot Rocks girl. Tune in, join
Thank you for the resub, Hot Rocks. What's going on here? Something. It's finding all my drives now. There's something weird going on with my blue Scuzzy at the moment. Have I got anything on DKA 0? No, I haven't. There's a hype train going, I see. catching up gradually. No, that one doesn't work either. I don't think I've got Ultrix on here.
Has resubscribed for 7 months and says,
Aye.
Champion!
Welcome, Hot Rocks Girl. Glad to have you join the common.
Wait for the rubbish to finish.
with 69 bits, Gadget 360 says,
Cheers 69, haha.
Indeed, thank you for the bits. Alright, let me just quickly catch up. Yes, thank you for the resub, Hot Rocks. Good to still have you with us. Thank you for the bits. Go. And rewind chat a bit so that it doesn't scroll off. And overnight, a drilling rig has been erected in the valley. The noise of heavy machinery, yelling goats, and insistent yaks fills the air. 1,000 feet of well casing and drill pipe has been loaded, and still the drilling continues. There is a disturbing, rumbling sound, and the drill pipe is hurriedly withdrawn. The team of goats hurriedly places a wellhead on the borehole collar, valve open and ready to vent the well. A gush of tomato soup emerges under pressure. There is celebration. There we go. Hello, Alison. Oh, the yak's called Derek. Haha. I thought I had Ultrix on here, but maybe I haven't. No. I've only got VMS on here at the moment, by the looks of things. I need to put Ultrix on. And for that, I think I shall clone Carrot. Put Bendix on it. Right, I'm going to need to clone Carrot onto this drive, aren't I? And that may not work. No, oh, bugger, no, I can't. Smeg. I can't put... that's why I haven't got Ultrix on here. I can't have Ultrix on here. Ultrix does not support the SCSI. I can't have Ultrix. Balls. Okay. If I want Ultrix, it's going to have to be network booted. If it's network booted, I'm going to have to somehow build a BNC network. Whoa, spammy. I have my hub, but I don't think I have everything else that I need up here. Or if I do, I don't know where they are. Might be something in test kit, possibly. Let's have a look what I've got here. And there goes the hype train. Bye bye, hype train. Nothing in there. How's about in connectors? Ooh, have I got a cable here? I've got a cable. Got a piece of cable, that's good. That's a start. But what have I done with all my T connectors and terminators? I need 2 T's and 2 terminators. Black, no sugar, thanks. Or even better, green if you've got it. I had them all in a bag. I kept them separate in a bag somewhere. Ah, hello. Hello. I think I've just found it. I might have just found the bag. But has it got terminators? It's got at least... Yes, it's got 2 terminators. Have I got any T-pieces? There's 250 ohm terminators. I've got a better bag for these. Oh yes, I've got a T-piece over here. I need another T-piece. We are close. I'm 1 T-piece short. 1 T-piece short of a network, that's me. What's on the end of this cable here? Clips, nope. Isn't the whole bag waves hello? There's a 50 centimetre minimum distance on 10 base 2. It's about 50 centimetres. Another thing I will need on this is network. There's no network at the moment. We are so far from having this working. The network's in here. If I can find one more T-piece, I should have loads of T-pieces. Right, so that should give us network. Let's separate those out. Now I just need the T-piece for this end. Where are all my T-pieces, besides the ones in the garage, making up the network down there? I thought I'd put everything BNC in this one bag, but all I've got is panel mount sockets and terminators. Let's have another look in my connectors box, just in case there's one lurking in there. There might be one in that box up there, actually, thinking about it. Just have a look in this crate of crap. There's bound to be one in the crate of crap. The crate of crap. Oh look, another panel mount BNC connector. No, everything but. I can't look in my networking crate because that's in the garage. I don't want to have to go down into the garage and try and root one out because they're buried at the back of all the servers down there. Bugger. Where is it? Let me have a quick count. I've got one on Delroy, which I want to decommission. One on Zoe, which should still be there. One on the network hub, which I brought up with me. And one on the Microvax. That's 4. I should have at least one more. It's the sort of thing that's always been kicking around whenever you don't need it. But then the moment that you need one, they just disappear. They just up and leave. They skedaddle. A moose. Run for the hills. Let's hunt through my connectors box. There must be one in here, surely. Oh look, another panel mount BNC connector. Got thousands of those bloody things. Nope, nothing. Humph. Humph, I say, humph. Your insides are bubbling. That happens to me all the time. It's not fun. That's why I didn't stream the other day when I should have done, because my insides were bubbling. Bubbling bad. Find a humph next to a Samantha, yes. Or sandwich between a Samantha and a Sven. I'm going to have to go down into the garage and try and wrestle one out of the network, aren't I? the easiest one is probably off the front of the Microvax. So I'm going to take my forceps with me to try and undo it without having to rip the whole Vax apart. It's a one-off. They didn't have a budget to do that often, yeah. It's usually either one or the other, but never both. Sven would take over when Samantha was making special films for private release. Right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Wish me luck.
Majenko, I think you should check your microphone. It seems to have died. Majenko, I think you should check your microphone. It seems to have died. Majenko, I think you should check your microphone. It seems to have died.
I return. T-piece. Also brought along a cable as well. Right. Whew. Oh, the microphone saying it is dead. That's because it was out of range, yes. The bot's out of range. Time to celebrate. I'm out of range. Okay. One T-piece there. One T-piece there. I've also brought up my box of network cables from the garage. Right, so now I need to plug this in, and I will need to configure a port in the right way. Port 9 I'm in. Okay, I will also need a 12 volt power supply. Spare hubs with 10 base 2 at me. Oh, that could be useful actually. I've only got one. Whoops. There goes the crate of crap, dropping half its contents on the floor. I could do with a second one, so I got one up here and one down at in the garage. Okay, hub has power. If you throw them hard enough, you'll be willing to catch a few too. They're useful for old stuff like this. Right, now then, where are we? Desk switch. Come on, switch. You can do it. They burn up on re-entry to get down there, this is true, yes. Okay, switching. VLAN. Advanced. VLAN membership. Okay, so port 9 is currently what? Unconfigured for anything, I think. So 150 we want port 9 to be untagged. 150 is my DECnet section. And PVID configuration, G9 needs to be on 150. Okay, that should be what we want. We've got 150 for G9, VLAN membership. 150 has 9. Okay, so that should be working. Okay, let's get into Carrot. Okay, DMS. Zoe is already registered, that's good. So I should now be able to boot up on here. And have explosions of carrots everywhere. Let's see what happens if I do a boot ESA 0. And then hydrate while I'm waiting. Right, trying ESA 0. Can it boot? Can it buggery? Why has port 9 gone out? Where's port 9 gone? Hello, port 9. Ah, you're back again. Must be a dodgy cable. Benjamin! Birth Bourguignon?
Feel the rhythm, everything's alright. Dancing close, hot to intertwine. Jammers in the house, we'll keep it tight.
Oh, that's booted from Ace. I didn't want it to boot from Ace.
Jammers in the house,
It's a shame I can't get it to choose.
dance together through this dance.
I want to boot from Carrot, not from Ace. Let's try again. Randomly select one of them. Good news, Ben. Zoe booted up from cold today. I think we have managed to fix the serial problem on that port. Come on, choose Carrot instead of Ace. Don't make me have to terminate Ace. Just flops, no flips. No, don't open the VAX cluster. I'm going to have to terminate Ace, aren't I? Poor Ace. Boot from hard drive, boot from external media, boot from Carrot, yes. Let's shut down Ace. I could remove Zoe from the cluster, but easier just to shut down Ace temporarily rather than then have to re-enroll again. Right, are you going to boot now? Yeah, I just went to set up an image of Ultrix on the SD card on the Blue SCSI when I remembered just in time, Ben, just in time, that Ultrix doesn't support SCSI. Or at least not this hacked SCSI anyway. Ace is my VAX VMS 5.5 cluster root virtual server. Come on, give me an Ultrix load. So I'm now trying to boot up off the network instead. In SimH, yes. Carrot, I've got Ace, Bert and Carrot are all virtual machines in SimH. Ace is 5.5 VAX cluster. Bert is 7.3 VAX VMS. They're chiefly for the ability to change the block size on files that I have imported from outside, and Carrot is my Ultrix server. But Carrot doesn't seem to want to be working as a boot server. Let's just modify T50, that's our MAC address. 0800 2B 0C 0C BD, that is correct. Oh, hang on a moment. There's a thing with Ultrix, isn't there? Oh, shut. Let's go halt. Go over to George. T-Mux. Attach minus T2. That's Ace shut down there. That's Bert. That's... Let's quit that one. Idling doesn't work very well. It might be that. Let us try again. Rebooting Carrot. I mean, I've got 5.5 because that's what I run most of my systems on. Because it's old enough that it doesn't need a lot of memory, so it works on Zoe. And it's new enough that it supports the microvax. So it's that point between being too big to fit on Zoe and too old to not work on the microvax. So 5.5 or 5.5-2 actually is the precise version. Also, 5.5-2 is the only version that the SCSI patches for Zoe exist on. So it has to be 5.5.2. Not 5.5.2H4, but 5.5.2 specifically. And 7.3, I think it's 7.3, is it 3 or 4? 7.3, yeah, is the final version of the VAX version of VMS, and has all the nice abilities like being able to change the block size on a backup file that you've just FTP'd into your system from that you downloaded. So right, Carrot is back up and running. Keep talking about these people who aren't there. Zoe, Bert, Delroy, and for some reason, Carrot. Now, I know the network is working because it was trying to boot off Ace. But I have had this before where it just refuses to boot suddenly from Ultrix. Carrot, a very tall dwarf, yes, with a very shiny sword. Carrot is up and running, yes. Come on. This stream was going so well as well, wasn't it? 33% done within the first couple of minutes. Whole of the rest of the net stream is just getting it to boot off the network. Sorry, you should have stayed away and allowed the success to continue. This is DN0, isn't it? Yeah. Carrot is on the bridge. That's good. The Ethernet is on there, that's fine. I know that works anyway. But Carrot's on the bridge. Ace isn't at the moment, because Ace shut down. Why won't you boot? Carrot is on the network, fine. Let's just save my custom kernel and we shall zap Zoe. etc DMS. Remove client processor. Remove Zoe. I think it's some interaction between Riz and DMS that causes DMS to just say, sod off, I'm not working anymore. Let's make sure that Zoe isn't in here. Zoe shouldn't have been in there. So we shall add a new client processor. Zoe with that Ethernet address. A vape shop might be to do with it. It might indeed, yes. Okay. Can I get booting to work now? Come on, you can do it. You can do it, come on. It started in the vape shop, oh dear. Well, yeah. Bye-bye building. Let's give it a fresh boot, shall we? Freshen everything up. Come on, Zoe, you can do it. You can boot off Ultrix. Don't make me have to go and get my big chunky hard drive and the cable harness for it and all that crap. Because I really don't want to do that. Well, if we can't get this going, which is nothing new to be honest with you, then I may have to rely on Ben's VMS expertise and see if we can probe this from VMS somehow. But I was rather relying on the Unix tools that I know and love to be able to do it. We're doomed, yes. Damn it, too slow, yes. But why won't this boot off the net? Well, sometimes it just does this. It just says, sod off, I'm not booting. It's not Zoe's fault. It's Carrot's fault. That it just refuses to serve. Okay. Sudo -s tcp dump dump s0 x dn0. Let's watch the traffic. And there's mop stuff happening. Is that? No, that's not mop. That's me logged in over here. I'll log in. ARP. There's mop. So I'm seeing mop packets going around a bit, but just nothing. It's just not responding right. Actually, have I got... Yeah, I might connect. Oh, hang on. Have we got... I wonder if Gerald's getting in the way. Gerald was an experimental NetBSD that I got mop working on. Let's shut Gerald down. It's scary how we single-use ARMs, more powerful than your RISC PC, indeed. Yes, they're just throwaway things now. It's kind of ridiculous. Well, no kind of about it. It is really ridiculous. Hide your CPU card from me. Good idea. That's a good idea, Chloe. Right, let's just go into here then. Let's remove Zoe again. Let's add Zoe to Riz. Says digital on it. Oh, oh, I want that. Is it going to boot off Riz or not? Digital SA200. What I'm getting on my site is diagnostics. So the SA200. A PID temperature controller? No. All I get is temperature controllers. There is a perfect pattern to them, MJ. They're alphabetical, starting at A. Chosen often by you guys in chat. At least Edgar was, anyway. No, it's not even booting off Riz. Why not? Okay. Strong arm. 200 megahertz strong arm power. Ultra power. We'll boot Ace up again and boot off Ace instead. Dex sold that fab to a company called Intel, idiots. Your response to my naming conventions. Double facepalm! Takes a while to boot Ace. Riker's playing with his trombone again. Disgusting. Worse than G-Pin. Right, startup has begun. And then it starts booting. Or thought about starting to boot anyway. It's still booting up, so it failed. G-Pin was a slide. He's a slip, not a slide. Yeah, I bet they're regretting their decision now, aren't they? Right, Vax cluster loading. Off we go. So, Ben, how can we twiddle bits in this serial port from here when it's booted? Okay, so we are on the 9th of March 2026 and it is 2011. Set host / DTE. Show dev T to find my port. I'm not sure which port it'll be. Matinex. Where are we? K410. Ho ho ho, rum, etc. Okay, so this is connecting to ComX. That is going pin 24 there to 23, coming from RX and TXD2. So that's port 01, port 2 on the DZ, which might be TTY2. Come on, boot up. And the other option is I just plug in the SCSI hard drive and boot off that. Or I could boot off the blue SCSI actually now, couldn't I? I don't need the network if we're doing VMS. I don't need the network. The blue SCSI would be quicker. Sod it, we're using the blue SCSI. We're not doing network anymore. After all that, we're not going to do the network. We're going to blue SCSI it. Where's that cable gone? Oh, there it is. Don't blue SCSI do network now? I wouldn't have thought so, since it's SCSI. I took the SD card out of this earlier to put Ultrix on and then didn't. And then put the SD card down somewhere. Where? Where did I put the SD card? Okay. What have I done with that? Right, well, this might not be a feasible idea anyway. If I can't find the SD card that I had half an hour ago. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Whose stupid idea was it to make SD cards so small anyway? No. Oh well, only one thing for it. Spinning rust. At least you can't lose a hard drive. Well, you can, just not quite as easily. You've lost Bigfoots. Yeah, I've seen a picture of your room though. In the workshop at your first job, oh dear. When you were fitting them new, that's a while ago. Right, we'll be a while here now, waiting for this to boot up. Company closed in '99. Yeah, that's about right. I'm trying to think if I ever really got to fit any Bigfoots. I know I dealt with Bigfoots, but I don't think we ever actually used any Bigfoots, big feet, in in builds that we did. Strong arm. Let's say 110 is that. 110 megahertz strong arm. Copyright Intel. A rarity. You used them by the box, I'm sure you did. No, I think we were more fireballs than Bigfoot. Back in those days. Well, back in those days it tended to be the cheapest that they could get, including some weird, horrible, useless 50% failure rate crap made in India. Palladiums. They were horrible, horrible hard drives. But they were cheap. Yes, those ones. You know them. You know them. Really thin with metal brackets down the sides. Yes, black drives on silver rails. Horrible drives. Half of them died. Quality control was non-existent. But they were cheap. It was at the stage when the company that I worked for back then was struggling for money. So they were buying cheaper and cheaper and cheaper stuff and causing more and more work for me fixing it all. You only had 2 fail. Oh, you're the lucky one then. We used them by the bucket load and they kept on failing. They have a reputation for failing. The good old Death Star, yes. They also had a reputation. In fact, a lot of them did back then. I mean, the sea gates we used to call sea crates because they kept on failing. Click of death. Don't talk to you about Seagate right now. Is Seagate a touchy subject at the moment, Ben? You lost a 5 terabyte external last week. Oops. That doesn't sound very helpful, does it, Ben? It's not on his armchair. I'm assuming lost as in it went click, click, click. Not lost as in, oh, where's it gone? I don't know what this pool expansion failure and no PCB available is. No PCB available. happening, is it? The network doesn't seem to be functioning on here at the moment for some reason, but only TCP/IP. Why did I do that? Come here. Come on. Oh, I haven't got it installed on there either. Error creating process. What's going on? Something weird with this VMS installation. It's got corrupted, I think. There's something very weird going on here. I need my SD card. Where has it gone? Is it over here? No, it is not. Okay. Is it under here? No, it is not. Is it over here? No, it is not. Not over the back. No. Ah, there it is. Found it. Found my SD card. I can use the blue SCSI. Did it teleport under the bed? No, actually, it was just sat next to the where the blue SCSI was, surprisingly enough. Going dinner hunting. Get the old bow and arrow out and go lurking in the woodland, looking for an old deer. You had dinner, you suspect it's why your insides aren't happy. That happens. That happens all too often. Okay. What was the date again? We're on the 9th, aren't we? And it's 2031. We will get this booting. I think I'm going to have to rebuild my hard drive installation of VMS. It's not a problem, it's just taken from this SD card image. Just doing an image backup from here to the hard drive. I would go and do an important move, yes. Before that interrupt becomes non-maskable. It's going to be a while before this is booted up, so you've got plenty of time. Oh, that move. Moving over bed to in bed. That is also an important move, yes. I'm going to need my box of cereal things, aren't I, for this? There's a good USB dongle, and there's a 9 to 25. Oh, I need a lap link cable. Where have I put my lap link cables? There's one. Okay, we shall plug this into the 25-pin serial port. We shall plug this into the USB dongle. We shall plug the USB dongle into this USB hub. And we shall see if anything ever comes out on that serial port. Surreal port. It is a bit surreal. seems to be being a bit slow on the old boot up again. There's still something very much not happy with this computer, I'm sure. Well, that was silly of it, MJ, wasn't it? A bit silly, a pie hole blocking things you don't want it blocked. Overzealous hole. Denying you bacon. Blasphemy! Indeed. Very much blasphemy. Right. We are progressing. Yeah, I tend to do most of my ad blocking at the DNS level. I've got an etc hosts file that's about 6 miles long with loads of advertising hosts pointing to nowhere, basically. Something is not happy. Something is very not happy. Bug check. Benjamin, I need you. NetACP crashed. Fatal bug check. You go and do your kiddo thing, Matt. I'll see you later. Thanks for joining us. Fatal bug check version 552. Net no state. NetACP no state transition. Crash CPU 0. Primary CPU 0. Active available CPU masks 1/1. Current process NetACP, register dump, all that lot. Kernel interrupt boot stack, all that lot. Exec stack empty, process privileges, loads of Fs. NetACP.exe crashed with those loaded images. So that basically means it's not happy. We had it booting properly the other day. I would have thought that networking would cause the whole system to crash. A fatal bug check. That sort of thing usually means a CPU error or a memory failure. I'll try removing the network card completely again. card removed. I wonder if it's just that the CPUs are getting too hot with not having proper cooling out of the case. It's possible. How can I give them some better cooling? What have I got? I've got various fans, but they're all sort of PCB fan headers on them. I can take the terminator off the SCSI, off the blue SCSI, oh, off the SCSI cable rather, put the blue SCSI at the end of the cable and turn on the blue SCSI's internal terminator as well. Got a fan I can easily connect up. They're all PCB header, my spare fans. We'll see what it does with it set up like this. Just get my tweezers. See if I can modify this fan. Give it some airflow. I think it's those two pins I want. Or is it that one I want? I really wish that modern fans had coloured cables on them rather than just black. You can't tell what cable is supposed to be what. F plus minus. looking at the PCB under the label. So minus is that one. I thought it was going to be that one. So that should be fanning. That is fanning. Okay. Right, if the fan would keep fanning, it would be nice. Okay, I have air blowing over the CPUs now, or CPU and FPU. It's my only fan. Oh, I've got a pile of fans. This is a be quiet fan. I like be quiet fans. I do like Noctua fans as well, yes. Be quieter like Noctua, but cheaper. The two B's, behave and be quiet, yep. Yep, they live in the land. Do as you're told with stop it and tidy up. I remember stop it and tidy up. You do like dredging up childhood memories, Chloe. The big bad eye said no. Mounting DK300, which is the beginning of the user startup file. I wonder if I could run the VAX diagnostics that Ben found on this with the Blue SCSI emulating a TK50. Might be doable. I still don't know what this pool expansion failure is. The operating system cannot expand a system memory pool, you don't say, because there is insufficient non-paged virtual memory available. This typically occurs due to system resource exhaustion or in storage contexts, failure to expand storage pools. Increase npage din or npage ver in mod params. Yes, we have, Ben. I can scroll back and show you it broken. It's probably going to do it all again as well. Fatal bug check. No state, net ACP, no state transition. Crash, CPU 0. Current process, net ACP. Big dump of crap all over everywhere. I yelled for you, but you didn't come. I've now disconnected the network card, removed the terminator from the SCSI cable, moved the blue SCSI to the end of the cable, and turned on the internal terminator on the blue SCSI. I have rigged up a fan next to the CPU to blow air across it. Is chat broken? No, chat's fine. It's just your side, Ben. The chat interface is fine. It's just, yeah, chat could well be broken, yeah. The contents of chat are broken, yeah. Just Twitch being Twitch. Still being incredibly slow to boot. It's not normally this slow. I mean, yeah, it is slow, but this is extra slow. Come on.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 and LT insert a swarm of dead insects. Stupid joke here and duty.
Hey, Remdog. Thank you for the bits, Chloe. He still hasn't shipped your scope. Oh, I wonder when my boards have left Heathrow yet. I've been stuck all night in Heathrow.
Bastards hum, resistors sing, vintage jukes do their thing. Grab your toolkit, join the team. Remdog cat sparks up the stream.
Where are we? No, not changed. Still stuck in Heathrow. And this complains that there is no network card, which is fine, because there is no network card. It's got further though without the network card. Possible causes: an address conflict. Possible. Often occurs during transport setup. Disabled deck net. It's basically saying network's buggered. Is the rest of my cluster shut down? It's not normally giving a problem. Where are we? I mean, Ace is running. But I can shut that down. Bert is running. I'll shut Bert down. Carrot is running. I'll shut Carrot down.
Champion!
With 69 bits, a swarm of dead insects says,
Doing things just to check. I already forgot the joke I wanted to make Corgo 69.
Thank you for the bits. Right, all those virtual machines are down. It's still struggling to boot. I'm going to try something radical. I'm going to plug the serial into the other serial port. And not use this debug port that's been causing problems, and see if that makes a difference. I'm going to turn off. I'm going to plug in serial dongle thing. I'm going to move serial adapter to VAX server console port. I'm going to re-add and party. I'm going to re-add the network card. Network card is plugged in. Power up. I mean, I can't really rule out the possibility of a memory error. It's still a possibility, even though everything tests out fine. Network interface is showing up fine, version 1.1. A farting gift as you head off to bed. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for joining us. Sleep well.
Jeep in 24/7 that translates to I like. I'm a womble. I pick up lost things, not express preferences.
We'll try to, MJ, but the way that Zoe's going at the moment, it's not likely to happen. Sleep well. I'll see you next time. She is a very delicate flower lately, yes. I don't know what's got into her. She's old and crotchety. And quavering slightly. Like us indeed, yes. It was not long after the mounting of DKA 300 that it all went belly up. This is all system startup, it's user startup where the DECnet started, which is where it all died. So I've got to wait for the sysstartupv5.com file to execute, and the first thing in there is mounting of DKA 300, which we shall see shortly here. mounting of DKA 300 sounds like a historical battle, yeah. Come on, get to the next stage. So slow. I don't remember her being this slow. I'm sure she's slowed down. But how, I don't know. Music reflects the vibe, yeah. Right. Progressing. Right, mounting DKA 300. Starts loading DeckNet and goes belly up. I don't know what that deck DTM thing is. And what the TP server is. I have no idea what that is. If you have a clue, Ben. Transaction Manager Service. It's just the log file for it. Doesn't exist. But I don't know what it is, or why it is, or where it is. It could be something that I've never actually configured and never created the log file for, or something. DTM is German Touring Car Championship. The journaling stuff for RMS. Not sure I use RMS, do I? My VAX has a toilet paper service, indeed, PJB. TP server process waiting for bunghole. Everything uses RMS in a way. Well, is that some file that I have to create at some point during installation or shortly after installation? Because I don't recall ever doing anything to do with that. You've seen that message plenty of times and never had any ill effects, yeah. Right, there it goes. Same place, exactly the same. Fatal bug check. Net ACP. System W PO what though? Who knows? Is it pool too small or pool overflow or something? Could be. Ah. Not that thorough, no. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a memory test. The normal memory test that it runs passes fine.
RHGay77 has resubscribed for 10 months and says,
Hello, yes, I will accept the rules of the chat. Twitch, how often do you like to ask me again?
Every couple of weeks. RHK, thank you for the resub.
Welcome.
Yes, Twitch is like that.
10th time subscribing. That's splendid. A shiny trinket is yours.
Have a shiny trinket. Don't spend it all at once. Right, go through it all again, but this time it'll skip all the user startup stuff.
with 110 bits, RHK77 says,
Cheer 100 for Majenko and cheer 10 for the bot.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits, and I'm sure the bot thanks you for the 10 bits as well. Yeah, there's a chance that the network card might be playing up. Yes, Ben, it is. And it matches what Carrot thinks it's got. I'm not sure I can scroll back far enough here. There we go. And that would show a 4 there if there was a problem with the MAC address ROM. That would show a 4 there when it does its sys test. I still don't know why it's got that 2 there instead of a 1. There's something is not right with the system and hasn't been for a long time. Come on. What's my password? Ah, it's that one. I haven't tried with nothing on there apart from a Terminator, and I can disconnect the cable from the hub. The cable is disconnected from the hub. So it's T with Terminator, cable, T with Terminator, and nothing else. Start DECnet manually. And the whole of the Ethernet PHY interface, the physical interface side of things, is in the corruption zone. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was something has been dissolved away by battery seepage. It was trying to boot off the network and then failing. Or if not failing, at least taking forever. Seepage. So I don't know what was going on there. And it was refusing to boot off Carrot for some reason, but then that often happens. That's normal, it not booting off Carrot. I'm not sure this will actually succeed after doing a a minimal startup. There may be things it needs that haven't started. But what I can do actually is cut out all this from the startup, so there is nothing to start up. Maybe I will actually. Let's see if I can interrupt this. Even this seems to be slow as an old dog. It's like it's waiting for something. Like it's trying to time out or something all the time. It's waiting for Godot. Like the CPU is running at 5 Hertz. Because it's not normally this slow. Dealing with an interrupt storm. Yeah, something along those lines. Something is certainly dragging down the whole system. If we go to look at where is it? The UDC. I'm wondering if that's spewing out interrupts. Look at the UDC's interrupt pin. Could be worth looking at. Is that spewing out billions of interrupts? That's the drive interface where we replaced that chip the other day. No, that's just high. So that's not spewing out interrupts. Unreliable duck collector, yeah. Universal drive controller. Or disk controller. Boring. So that goes into K10. Where are we? We are in K10. So that's not spewing out. But where does that go to? X IRQ. I don't think it's been OCR'd, has it? That's a pain. Probably goes into the VAXstar, doesn't it? Yeah. There's all the interrupt pins. Go straight into the VAXstar. It could be true, it counted duck 9 before number 2 and counted duck 2 twice and then duck 4. Quite possibly. There's no way in hell I'm counting the pins to try and find 145 to 152. But what do we have? We have DZ, R and T, network interface 2 IRQs, option IRQs and SCSI IRQ. It'd be easier to go to the source for those. Oh, SCSI is going to be triggering IRQs. SCSI's working, obviously. Ah, it's finally loaded. So let's just take everything out here. So it does nothing. Right, so let's have a look at DZ IRQ. DZ IRQ will be pins 38 and 39 on the big PLCC. .38 and 39 will be those two. Okay. I've identified the pins, but I can't easily get to them because the probe is too chubby. I need a witch's hat. There's one. A witch's hat and a component leg. Okay, we're ready for probing. So we're doing a full boot, this time with nothing in the startup script. So that should be RX int that we're seeing there. Can't beat a chubby probe, absolutely. I'm assuming it's not going to be in interrupt mode until it gets partway through the startup when it enables interrupt mode. I'm not seeing any interrupt there. Let's just go into auto. Yeah, that is high. Let's... Oh, is it? No, hang on. No, that's 0. That's in the wrong position. That should be there. That is just low. And that is... Oh, that's active high. Okay, so that's fine. That's low. Where have we gone? So let's set that to rise. For some reason my trigger's shot off over to the left there. Ooh, I forgot to set no save, didn't I? It's doing a minimum startup again. But no matter. We are seeing no interrupts coming from there on the RX interrupt. Let's go back to normal. Nothing. Oh, yes, there is. We have interrupts on receive. Now let's move it to transmit. We have interrupts on transmit, and that is only happening when I hit return or when I type, and it's echoing back. So yeah, interrupts from that are working fine. Okay, so where else? Network interface. SCSI interface. Pin 23 of the SCSI controller chip. Pin 23 of SCSI. What? 21, 22, 23. Okay. That's interrupting fine. Okay. SCSI interrupts are functioning okay. Where is network then? I mean, network's a separate card, but should be an interface for it. There it is. The two interrupts are on pins 25 and 26 of J14. J14 is the lower one of the two. And that's pin 1 there apparently. Right, so what did we want? You killed the chat with your utter filth, yeah, quite probably. So 25 and 6 of now where do I get ground over here? And there isn't a handy ground like there is at the other end. So I need my ground extension cable. Let's use this one. Actually, let's go up to that proper ground point up the top there. And probe ground 25 and 26, wasn't it? 25 and 26. Okay. Pin 1 is saying it's this end on that. $25 might be that one. Ooh. 26 might be that one. Or 25 might be that one. pin 26 might be that one. Either it's doing nothing or it's doing a lot. Hello, Industrious. Let's pop back to here. Have we got any indication on here of... No. No indication of pin numbers on there, so I can't easily probe that one. Let's grab the network card schematic. Find J1 and J2 on here. J1 and J2. .26 is not being used, apparently. So that must have been the other one that I was looking at then. So there's no network storm coming from anywhere that I can find. No interrupt storm, rather, coming from anywhere that I can see that looks like it might be causing it. If I probed that right. I want pin 25 on here. Can I work out where pin 25 is on here? J1 pin 25. And it's closest to the centre of the board. So closest to the edge of the board, closest to the centre of the board is pin 1. So 25. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 is that pin there, and it is doing bugger all. So there is no interrupts coming from the network. There are sensible interrupts coming from the serial, sensible interrupts coming from the SCSI, and no interrupts coming from the hard drive interface. I have never owned anything Keysight to send to them. So no, I'm afraid not, Ram. Right. Let's try and coerce it into doing a full startup. Boot DKA 2/R5:1. Okay, so what would I need to change it to for full boot? Just empty. Set startup P1 ... Continue. Okay, this should be a full boot, but with nothing in the startup. So everything should be running, just not running the extra things that I've got. You're calling a cont. You cont. I'll call it you continuously too. Jay went to bed, but it's still somewhat an Aussie stream yet. Everyone's an Aussie at heart. And there's nothing really in that corroded corner for the network. It's the magnetics, a couple of resistors, transceiver chip, a few other passives, and that's it, basically. So I can't see corrosion causing a problem with the network like that. Audit server is starting up. What if the transducer is conductive and bridging the two sides unreliably? I have no idea. But we're not seeing any interrupt activity, so nothing is happening. Where's it gone? And there's only 3 things that could slow it down. One is an interrupt storm, which I don't think we've got. 2 is excessive DMA, which I think we'd know about. There's DMA, there's DMA happening where it shouldn't be happening. That could cause all sorts of problems. And 3 is if the actual CPU clock itself has gone slow. Which is possible. Where's the main clock hiding? Be right at the top, isn't it? Okay, so we've got a 69 nice megahertz, a 5 megahertz, and a 40 megahertz. The Microvax processor takes directly 40 megahertz into clock I. And W4 is a jumper that can isolate that. 5 megahertz goes to the DZ serial. And clock 69, V clock 69, that's video, I think. So, is that oscillator running at 40 megahertz? Do a handy jumper. I just need to find W4. And I've got my eye on where it might be. It might be that one there. Let's follow that line. 27. No. Maybe not. This is Y2, yes. And that is near Y2. That's right next to Y2. Well, let's stick a probe on it and see what it says. It says bugger all. No, there's nothing on that one. Okay. So maybe that's not it. It should be it, I'm sure. Hang on. No, it's 40 megahertz, that. Oh, it goes into pin 17 of E133. And pin 1 is the top one, is it? No. Might be. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Do we not have a clock? Hey, how can we not have a clock? Let's restart. Unless the signal is so tiny, let's boost it right up. Ah, there we go. It's just a tiny signal. Let's crank this down. Come on. Come on, why won't you move? Thank you. (39.998 megahertz). We have clock. Clock is fine. Clock is running at the right speed. Hi Tyler. Yes and no. We fixed the serial problem we were having, but there is still something not right with the system. It's not happy still, and I don't know why. Yeah, I've got a feeling there might be a numbering problem here. You've got W4 there, but then you've got a line with 27 pointing to it, but then you've got 27 here pointing to what is W4, because that 27 is for the VAXstation 2000 microvax. That's W6, that is, sorry, not W4. That's the personality one is W6. W4 is the clock enable disable. Though why you'd ever want to disable the clock, I don't know. 27 is a reference to the ECO list on the left. There's a 2-7. That's for F1. Oh, 27. There we go. 27, jumper, 2 position. 1 by 02, 0.1. That's what that'll be pointing to. 27. That matches up. We'll see if this boots up to a login prompt. It's going to take a while, but it should do. And of course I don't think you saw what I was pointing at then, did you, Ben? The 27 is down here, pointing to a 2-position jumper. I think the oscilloscope was in the way. Eventually, we might boot, if we're lucky. And if we're unlucky, that might happen. It's a fart trombone. You certainly don't want to follow through when playing the fart trombone. You never trust that mouthpiece again, ever, no. And it's a pain to try and unclog it. A spit valve. You don't want to think about trying to develop your embouchure with the rear end. Hum. Tone successfully lowered. That takes some doing in this chat. Right, what I'd like to do, though not today probably, because after we've gone through this boot, that's pretty much going to be out of time. What I'd like to do is see if we can run the Microvax diagnostics tape on this. If Ben would point me in a direction of where it might be. And see if I can boot it off the Blue Scuzzy. I once had a whim and I had to obey it to buy a French horn in a second-hand shop. I polished it up and I started to play it despite all the neighbours who begged me to stop. I did that one at a party once. It's a fun one to try and sing. Very fast. The D sharp takes on a whole new meaning, yes. You prefer the gas man cometh, that is a good one, yes. RX-50, oh that would do. RX-50 is good. My God, how many RX-50 discs? Because they can all go onto a GoTech and pretend to be an RX-50. Might work, possibly, if we're lucky. But if there's the TK50 version, that would be even better because it'll all be in one place then. No floppy drive, no floppy swappy flopping. Come on, are you going to move on from here? In this chat it is very much better to be specific when talking about modulating things with your mouth. I have here a GoTech which I use with the PDP-11, which works as a single disc RX-50. That should be the RX-50 version. It's a BCK file. Ooh. It's a backup file. Interesting. I assume that can then be restored. Creating or copying MDM diagnostics tape for your MV2. Dump the content of the MDM source tape to disk. That's how to copy it off the tape. Copy it to the local drive. Copy the files in the same order to the destination tape. Daniel Bono's dump. Is that Daniel Bono's dump truck? I can barely say it. Hello and welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Garage Stream 2. This time it's not fucking freezing. Yep. Yes, there's a good old Comic Sans in there. Or something similar. I'm not sure if it is Comic Sans actually. I think it's Comic Sans goes the other direction. He's using a font from Google for it. No idea. Coming soon font. It's struggling to get past here, certainly. There's no activity on the SCSI happening, really, as far as I can see. She ain't happy. The fallback is Comic Sans. No, I'm going to leave it that. She's not happy. There's something that's causing it to go so incredibly slowly. But I don't know what. She needs antidepressants. She does. Poor girl. Let's take the network card off again. One last boot attempt with no network card. It works, but it's not fixed, yes. But over the next couple of days, I shall look at these diagnostic images and see what I can pull out of them. See if I can get something that's runnable. Especially things like a memory check. Maybe if I create a virtual tape on probably Bert, restore the backup to that virtual tape, stick the tape onto the SD card for the Blue SCSI, and then try booting that tape. We'll see what happens. It has, but I don't think I've ever actually used it, or not successfully anyway. But we shall see what we shall see with it. You've got a version 1 and the DB25 variant, it's no use whatsoever on your Vax, no. No, you need the version 2 in the desktop format. Let's see if we get past this audit server this time. Takes a while, but let's see. No, according to 17 track, my boards are very definitely stuck in Heathrow. I got no tracking since international flight has arrived. Still got no entry or exit scans there, quite probably. At least it's confirmed to have arrived in this country. Let me just switch over to there a sec and bring up my emails and that order there, click on tracking. More info, last mile tracking number, Royal Mail, track your delivery. Royal Mail says if ever it gives me anything. Come on. Cheerio, Hot Rocks. Thank you for sticking with us. I'll see you next time. Don't forget to bring the axe. Come on, Royal Mail. Are you going to give me tracking or not? Okay, looks like Royal Mail is Royal Fail. Let's try Chrome. Nope. I wonder, is it because I say sod off to the cookies? Let's try Chromium. And this time I shall go accept all to the cookies and track it. Nope. Royal Mail tracking appears to be completely screwed. Top class Royal Mail, well done. Ah, it has moved on here. So without the network card, that's my crappy commenting out, I did it wrong. But without the network card, it booted up a lot better. So maybe there is a problem with the network card. This is not my beautiful parcel. This is not my beautiful wife. And you may find yourself at the console of a large computing machine. Indeed you may. It's still slow as an old dog, but then it normally is. But still, I'm still sure it's normally quicker than this. Liquid cooling, water going underground, yeah. But we are in on a full boot. Well, that serial port works. So we have managed to do one thing at any rate. Test the functionality of the serial port. Well, Ben, I should have on YouTube a video of it booting up. would it be? Six minutes 24. This is booting off MFM. Music to your ears. Right, so what we're doing here, those are okay. Audit server process is that, which is usually pretty damn quick. There's the audit server starting up. I had it mic'd up to record the sound of the drive. Song of your people. So it takes a little while for the audit server. And then we get the deck DTM log file not found. So we've always had that message. But yeah, it's about 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes normally. We get to, where are we? Okay, that's booted there. At 4 minutes 40 it should take, including DeckNet. So it shouldn't take any more than about 5 minutes. Sound of the bots thinking. Well, looking at the length of the video, it's booted at 4 minutes 40 into the video. That's going off MFM. Oh, you're looking for the stats on screen, yeah. At 7 minutes, it is a little slower. But I think the SCSI is slower because it's supposed to be for tape. It's not meant to be used for hard drives at all. So I don't think it's got a particularly quick SCSI interface. So that serial port itself is working. I don't know if all the modem control signals. Let's just bring this back up for you. .5. Set term TTA to :/perm. No TTA, idiot. It works. Got to hit return before it does. Doing an LS. Seems to have locked up. Not happy. I mean, it might be the blue scuzzy just being annoying as well. VMSE, not Unix. Go with your Unix weirdness. I can't do an LS now. It's not happy. Yeah, doing LS not happy does LS in the other terminal. It would help, of course, if it was DIR. Struggling even to do Control C. Something is definitely up. There we go. What's LS? LS is doing something that I don't like. Trying to find a command and it's not there. Yep, exactly. That happens every time. But it does seem happier without the network card, but then I guess it's doing less, isn't it? How can I see how much memory VMS thinks it has? There we go, show mem. There we go, there's our problem. Physical memory, main memory, 2 meg. It's not seeing the full 6 meg. More than your 286, yeah. It's not seeing the 4 meg memory card. Yeah, 2 megabits. Well, all I have seen so far is what's in the self-tests, if we can get back that far. Which we probably can't. Where that 6 says that it's got 6 meg of RAM. But does that too mean that it's only got 2 meg of RAM? I can't remember. So it may only be thinking it's got 2 meg of RAM. So it may not even know that it's got all the memory. So there may be something wrong with this memory upgrade board, or the interface to it. Possible. So we're running on 2 meg, basically. That's why we're so slow. That makes sense. Please log off. But the test passed for the memory, but if it thinks it is only 2 meg, then that would explain a lot. Come on, out you come, card. Thank you. The capacity is set by jumpers, basically hardwired jumpers that tell it what the combination of memory is that you've got. So if that signal isn't getting through, stick some contact cleaner in it. All those pins are happy. The M size 2 and M size 1 and things, M size 0 signals here that define how much memory you have. That's still saying 2, I believe. And mem size is K21, we're on 21 here, are we? Yeah. Question is, where does that go to? Not into the VAXstar, thankfully, by the looks of things. I would imagine it goes through a buffer of some form. They go into the 240 we were looking at last time, do they? Ooh. Okay. Which was where? Next to the toy clock. Aha. Right, along with the personality. Maybe that's gone. Because I've always been iffy about the personality working. That's something to look at next time anyway. Have another look at that chip, which unfortunately is, well, it's, yeah, it's underneath the memory card. Great. Wonderful. Maybe we should just replace it regardless. E2. Let me just check which one that one is, actually. Because there's a few of them up there. It is that one, yes. It's underneath the memory card, so maybe we should just rip that out and replace it. No, the one I replaced then was this one over here. E155. So maybe we should just rip E2 out and replace it anyway. It's going to be a pain to probe because it's underneath the card. Oh, it's not that. It's a good gap, so it's not impossible to probe, but... Right, that E2 is definitely on our hit list now, though. What's E3? Because that's next to it. E3, let's find E3. It's not a 240 anyway, because that's those ones. E3 is a 244. If it ends in a good move, yes. Well, I'm not sure that that is saying 6 there, or whether that is saying 2 there. I need to look at the menu, the manual again for it. That is saying 6 meg. Both of those correct, 6 meg, and it's 2 megs. So that's probably the jumper setting, and that's what it's actually has detected then, is it? Oh. Yeah, we don't like mowing this board. We prefer to cut the chips out. You can't change the jumpers. They're hardwired in the board. It's not jumpers per se, but it's signals that are jumpered on the board to indicate it. So I mean, I could take the board out and I could manually jumper those to tell it that it's got certain amounts. But it's almost 11 o'clock and time to finish. Right. So we need to investigate this memory problem now. It's the hexadecimal representation of the amount of memory. Okay. Come on, thank you. Yeah, which is 2 meg. Right. Once again, I've smashed my ending time. Well, it's to be expected. But the 8 in there indicates there must be an error. Should end this stream, then quietly correct Zoe behind closed doors. What does the 8 mean? Does that tell us which chip is dead? Because if this board is dead, then it is a good candidate for creating my own, is it 12 meg card? There's another card. You can get a 2 meg, a 4 meg, and I think there's a 12 meg. But the 12 meg never really made it into production, I think. Or it did, but only in very small numbers. And only the 2.3 version of the ROM, which I happen to now be running, supports the 12 meg. So making our own 12 meg RAM card might be a possibility, rather than trying to source a replacement chip. So we'll just make our own. Well, absolutely. Well, that's often the thing you have to do with old computers, because parts just aren't available anymore. Then it's often more cost effective or easier or more fun to create a modern replacement. I've got the blackjack on order, yes. And there's plenty of hookers around here. It's pretty much just wired DRAM chips with a little bit of logic, yeah. I mean, the memory interface connectors have... Where are we? You've got the BDALs, so it's got multiplexing going on. You've got mem add Be right. Cars. There's a RAS somewhere as well. But be that as it may, we have up here scrolly, the memory board. And scrolly, the schematics. It's a 244, another 244, another 244, another 244, 244, 244, a 373, a 257, a 245, another 245, another 257, 245, 245. It's all jelly bean. And then DRAM. $256K by 1 in this one. Well, it's only going to exercise up to what it thinks it has, I would have thought. Which is just the onboard stuff. But yeah, the CAS and RAS are all provided for you. MRAS, MCAS, BMADs, what are decoded up here with all the jelly bean logic. So it's an easy thing to recreate. Might take its cue from wherever it's getting the 6th one. Well, that's something to look at next time anyway. So, right, time to finish. Time to close it all down. Shut it down forever. Buffering and RAM, yeah, looks simple enough. Well, it's not even really buffering. Well, it's a bit of buffering and some address latching for the multiplex bus. And that's about it. But I think it's a 12 meg card, the one that it has existed, but not many. Because by the time they came out with that, only brand new VAXstations with the latest ROMs could cope with it. And by then, the VAXstation was dying, so yeah. It was replaced anyway, so yeah. It has existed, just not in great numbers. But it would be nice to have a bit more memory. Yeah, that's the one. That's the 12 megas. It does exist, but at a cost of $9,500 when it was new. Yeah. People didn't bother. And only the version 2.3 ROMs would take it. But it's certainly something that can be created. And this one is just off-the-shelf DRAM. The 4 meg one is PLCC DRAM, which I've never seen anywhere except here. Little quads. Right, anyway, that's enough for tonight. You can't drag me on to doing another hour. It's not going to happen. So, we are done. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. We've had good news and bad news this evening. Good news is the cereal seems to be working fine. Bad news is we seem to have lost our memory. And the good news is the cereal seems to be working fine.
Shake it, baby.
But the bad news is we seem to have lost our memory. But the good news is the cereal seems to be working fine. The bad news is we seem to have lost our... Anyway, yes. So next time we want to probe and diagnose the memory. Why is it not getting all its memory? There must be something broken. Maybe one of those RAM chips has died. Wouldn't surprise me. Old RAM chips do die, as we well know. Can I repeat that? Seem to have lost your memory. Someone fixed Crichton after that crash. Yeah. Mutter, mutter. Yes, we know that old memory likes to die, so it doesn't surprise me in the slightest if it has lost a chip or two. It would only take one chip. Just one chip is all it would take for it to decide that there's no memory there. So we'll have a look at that next time, which will be on Thursday at the usual time of 7 PM GMT, with the go live button being pressed at 5 minutes to. So yeah, we've got that to look at next week. We've got the... What else are we going to look at? Cereal's okay. We want to look at... there was something else we were going to look at, wasn't it? Same Majinko place. Same Majinko time. So, anyway, we'll certainly be focusing on the memory next stream, including the 74LS240. See if that's screwing up or not. Though the fact that we're getting a 6 in that hex code says that it's not screwing up. So I don't know. I do not know. But we'll probe it. We'll get probing. Lots of probing. See if we can find a dead RAM chip, and maybe look to see if we can find a replacement. Which is... I assume that's the date code of 1988 16th week. We've got U22NN, and we've got 21-21414-22. That sounds likely. Let me just quickly look that up. 21-21414-22. Nope, nothing coming up for that. Let's try 4s instead of 3s. No, it'll be listed in the schematic there anyway. A replacement for some DRAMs in a package I've never seen DRAM in before. Yep, good luck indeed. I don't know what they are. But we shall go hunting. Right, so yeah. Ben, are you Legoing tomorrow evening? I hope you are. I like your Legoing. Especially when Riker plays his trombone. You think you've seen those. I mean, I've probably seen them somewhere, but not commonly. I shall have a Google around, see what I can find. So yes, be sure to join Ben tomorrow evening about 9:30. Yeah, it used to be at 9:30 for some Enterprise Lego building. Yeah, I may have seen them on some Sims back in the day, perhaps. They're 256 by 1, I think. So anyway, I shall Google. If we could make a bigger, higher capacity board, that would be nice. Anyway, I'll see you all Tuesday? No. Well, I might see you Tuesday in Ben's stream, but I'll see you Thursday. And here comes my outro. So yes, thank you very much for joining me. Be sure to join me on Thursday to see where this adventure takes us. Join us on social, on the Discord, etc. Discord's the place to be, unfortunately. Antisocial. That's X, isn't it? Or Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days. It's like that, the bot telling us to go fuck ourselves. Yeah, indeed.
Right then,
Talking to the
time
bot.
to wrap things up. A massive thank you to everyone who joined the stream today. Huge thanks to MJ, GoGoGadget360, Jeepin247, Daft Uncle, Ren Dog Cap, RHK77, TMKDK, Matanex, Tyrehoot, Chloe Raccoon, The Industrious, and Sir Stews a Lot, Raspiel, PJ, B9950, A Swarm of Dead Insects, Hot Rocks Girl, and Stream Elements for Hangouts.
A special shout out to Jeepin247 for the generous subscription.
Welcome aboard to our new followers, Daniel Bonner Stumptruck. And a big thanks to Hot Rocks Girl, RHK77, and Jeepin247 for subscribing.
Chloe Raccoon, you've earned the title of most active gas producer with a whopping 4 farts.
Until next time.
Got your name right this time, Swarm. And well done, Chloe, for farting the most.
Set a course for Earth. Maximum warp.